Thank you.
Superintendent Minar was the station commissioner at Kranskop.
Yes.
And then the record says then they took over the scene from him.
Ketomena came and took the scene over from the chairperson.
Now, if you recall, the last week, I mean, we had spoken about the fact that actually there were eyewitnesses, statements were taken, but those don't, presumably will be in the docket of Superintendent Konko's murder.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, then it continues on the same day, 27 August 2008, the investigation team, there's this phrase, investigation team. You'll see later it becomes important. But who did it consist of, according to the statement?
Chairperson, where on the statement?
The following paragraph, it says on the same day, it says the same day, 2008/08/27, the investigation team, which at this stage consisted of. Who did it consist of?
Chairperson, I can't find where you're reading on the statement.
No, we've just looked at the. Okay, well, let me just. You know, under the summary of events, can you see that heading? Are you in the annexures at 1A 156?
At the statement.
No. You're the annexures to the statement. Yes.
1A
156.
156. Oh, here. Okay.
Yes.
I am here.
Yes. That's what you were being asked questions around by Madam Ramakhaga, which is under paragraph 2, summary of events, correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Okay, first, second, third paragraph, see that, where it refers to Superintendent Minar?
Yes.
Who is from Kranskop.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes, and then the paragraph that comes thereafter, it's still a narration of what happened in that scene.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, that's what I'm asking. Who is the investigation team? Because we will see how they become important later.
The investigating team would be members of Ketomena.
Yes. No, but who are they? Just give us the names then.
That would be General Poison, Inspector Mostert, Captain Eva.
No, well, the investigation team is named there in the statement.
That is correct.
But let's give us those names, because it says the investigation team, which at this stage consisted of.
Consisted of Superintendent Olivier, Captain Smith, Captain Eva, Captain Van Donder, Inspector Mostert, Ndlalose, Zondi, Makanya, Peter George, Tabete, Pandey, Stoltz, and Sergeant Mkwanazi.
Yes. Then they say they concluded their investigation at the scene.
That is correct.
Yes. And then at the same time, the deceased was shot at the scene by Inspector Kanyile was removed and possession was taken of his cell phone.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Can you explain what this was about?
Well, when they seized the cell phone of the person who shot at the scene, is to try and see if there are any clues that they will be able to obtain from the cell phone that will then assist them with the investigation.
Yes. All right, and then just continue reading.
Captain Eva, Inspector Mostert, and Constable Naidu extracted vital information from the phone. It was during this time that Inspector Mostert contacted Crime Intelligence and requested immediate assistance. Sup Olivier, Captain Eva, Van Donder, Stoltz, and Pandey returned to the office while Inspector Moster, Ndlalose, Makanya, Zondi and Mkwanazi remained at the scene to conduct further inquiries. Later, the members departed to Kranskop and Greytown areas, and the same day at 23 hours, the investigation team, still consisting of the above members, met at Greytown. From Greytown, the above investigation team proceeded to an area called Matimatolo near Kwamapumulo. However, it proved to be a fruitless exercise. The team then returned to the office.
Yes.
Should I continue?
Yeah, no, that's fine. We can skip all of that, the next paragraph, to under sub 3, the apprehension of 2 more suspects. So we've worked out who the team was and what allegedly is the source of their information.
That is correct. Yes.
Under paragraph 3, they first set out the details of the candidates. What are these candidates for?
Before you move, I'm sorry to do this. At line 1, 2, 3, 4 of the paragraph that was just read into the record, there is mention of the deceased who was shot at the scene. Do we know who the deceased was, who was then later taken, removed, and possession? Because let's read that sentence again. It seems like we're talking about someone who was shot at the scene.
Yes.
Who was shot by Inspector Kanyile.
Yes.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Do we know who that person is?
The identity of that person is known to my investigation team, that is Supma Mabula and the iPad team.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Could you just set out the context of that shooting? I mean, this is the shooting in the murder of Superintendent Kongo.
That is correct.
Yes. And then Inspector Kanyile was in that scene. And then
That is correct.
shot allegedly one of the attackers.
That is
Yes.
correct.
So this person is one of the alleged
Is one
attackers.
of the alleged attackers that was also firing at Inspector Kanyile.
Yes.
So it was a firing in retaliation.
Yes. Now, so we've set the context there that who are these investigating teams, and they alleged to have found some leads. And then under paragraph 3, the apprehension of 2 more suspects. It starts with details of candidates. Do you know candidates for what?
Candidates for the recommended monetary awards as well as certificates.
Yes. And who are they?
General Boysen, Captain Lockham, Captain Van Donder, Captain Eva, Inspector Moster, Inspector Makanya, and Inspector Nel.
Yes. Now, we've now moved on. It's a month later. It's on the 15th of September 2008. So what do they say happened according to this narration? Just read it out.
On Monday, the 15th of September 2008, Director Boysen, the provincial commander, contacted Inspector Moster and informed Inspector Moster that he had information pertaining to the suspect that had organized the hit on Superintendent Kongo. He was hiding in Virginia in the Orange Free State and was en route to Pietermaritzburg to collect
Some cash.
Oh, some, yes, you're right, Chairperson. Some cash in Pietermaritzburg. During this time, the informer remained in contact with General Boysen, who continued to relay the information over to the investigation
Director
team.
Boysen, not General.
My apologies, I just referred to him constantly as General Boysen.
No, Mr. Maime. Remember last week the chairperson raised an issue
Master
that when you are reading a text, read it as it is. Don't put your own words.
Okay, my apologies.
Yes. can you just give a narrative of this? I mean, you remember that one of the big defenses of General Boysen about this scene is that he came with a helicopter afterwards.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. What do you say in relation to that version, bearing in mind what you've just read?
Well, he is involved from the beginning because he's the one who is contacting Inspector Moster from the beginning.
Yes.
And relaying information relating to the scene, even before the shooting happened.
Yes. And what is the relationship in terms of the hierarchy between General Boysen and Inspector Mostert?
Well, Inspector Mostert was reporting to Captain Olivier, who in turn was reporting to General Boysen.
Yes. All right, then it continues. On Tuesday,
the 16th of September 2008, at 06 hours 20, Director Boysen contacted Inspector Moster again, the movement of the suspect who was near Pietermaritzburg area in a Hyundai Tucson 4x4 with registration NRB 3904, and that he was armed and dangerous. The investigation team consisting of the above members immediately departed to Pietermaritzburg.
so if you just stop there, I mean, so who is the person that is saying to Inspector Mostert that the suspect is armed and dangerous?
That is General Boysen.
Yes, thank you. Now, then it continues. It's now later, about 2 hours later, at 8:30.
The same day at 8:30, the investigation team, still consisting of above same members who went in the Pietermaritzburg area, continued to receive further information from Director Boysen, and at 10 hours 10, information was received that the above vehicle was en route on the entry towards the Orange Free State.
Yes, now this is now the fourth instance that the name of General Boysen appears.
That is correct.
In what context is it now appearing?
In the same context that he is continuing to relay information relating to the movement of this vehicle from Pietermaritzburg.
Yes. All right, continue.
The vehicle was spotted near Kedara 10 off by the investigating team. The occupants being two persons, a driver and a passenger, seated on the back of the hiker. The investigation team, which at this stage consisted of Inspector Mostert, Nel, and Makanya in one vehicle, whilst Captain Van Donder, Lockham, and Eva, whom followed in a separate vehicle. Inspector Mostert managed to catch up to the vehicle, and in an attempt to get the suspects to pull over, the official blue light and siren was used. A shootout then took place between the passenger of the suspect's vehicle and the investigation team, resulting in the driver of the vehicle being injured in the process, which resulted in the vehicle stopping.
If you can just stop there. I mean, so firstly, we know when they say investigation team, we know the 6 members that are mentioned there, correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
We also know that they are acting under the direction of Director Boysen.
That is correct.
They've told us that.
Yes.
Now, then they say a shootout happened. Do we know here how do they claim that they were under threat, if they were under threat at all?
No, they were not under any threat.
No, I'm just talking in terms of their own correspondence. Do we have any idea if they claim to have been under threat, how they were under threat? I mean, does this letter tell us?
It does not say.
Yes. Then carry on. What under the passenger?
The passenger in the suspect's vehicle during the shootout made an attempt to flee from the moving vehicle, which resulted in him being flung out of the moving vehicle. Both suspects were fatally injured in the shootout.
Just to stop there. So the second person who is shot, there is a driver who is shot. According to this document,
That
we
is
have
correct.
no idea that the driver posed any threat. Then there is a second person, the passenger. What is he doing when he is shot, according to this letter?
Attempting to flee.
Yes. I mean, you are a prosecutor of many, many years. Is this lawful to shoot a person who's attempting to run away?
No, not at all. It's unlawful to do so.
Yes. And then the next sentence,
The driver was positively identified as Timson Magojela, Timson Magojela Ndimande, and was the main brain behind the assassination of Sub Kongo. The other suspect was his bodyguard.
yes. Now, is there any evidence here from what you've read that shows that Mr. Magojela Ndimande was the so-called main brain behind the killing of Superintendent Kongo?
No, there is nothing that shows that he was the main brain.
Yes. And then it continues under the following firearms.
The following firearms were found in the vehicle: one AK-47 rifle with a loaded magazine, one Ruger Mini 14 automatic rifle, and 2 magazines, as well as 2 9mm Norinco pistols, both with loaded magazines.
Yes. Thank you. We went through that scene last week.
That is
about
correct.
how these firearms were allegedly found.
Yes.
In what position were they found?
Yes.
And then they say they opened 2 cases, Howick Cas 106-0808 for attempted murder and possession of unlicensed firearms. What is that about?
The Howick case 10608 of 2008 would have been the killing of Timson Magojela.
No, but that's an attempted murder and not a murder.
Yeah, well, this is misinformation.
Yes,
Because
exactly.
that docket is that of murder of Magojela.
Yes. Because here there are 2 people that have been killed. It's Mr. Ndimande and Mr. Tembe.
Yes.
But then they talk about attempted murder to create the impression that no one has been killed.
Yes.
Yes. And then there's a second one, Howick Cas 107-08-08, inquest. What is that about?
It's the death of the bodyguard, Mr. Tembe. Here an impression is created that when you say inquest, the circumstances around his death are very unclear. When they are very clear,
Yes, from their own document, they tell us that we shot and killed them.
Yes.
One of them was running away.
one of them was running away, but here they say it's an inquest.
Yes. Now, do you know what became of that inquest?
No, nothing came of the inquest.
Now, just in terms of what you found, a policeman involved in the shooting of a suspect, I mean, where they admit here that they shot the suspects, and they even tell us the names of the investigating team that shot the suspects.
Yes.
And they're asking for money. The law in this country is that there is an organization called IPID that is responsible for investigating, among others, death in police hands.
That
Do
is
you
so.
know what happened here? What happened with IPID? Did they investigate it? What happened?
Well, iPad did come to this scene, but there was no investigation from iPad relating to the death of to this shooting by the police.
Why?
Chairperson, it's this is the docket that was later carried by one of the IPED officials from the Northwest.
Yes.
After there were complaints, but initially the circumstances surrounding this killing was not investigated until there were complaints.
Now that's what I'm trying to understand. Even when your team got involved in 2012,
That is correct, Chairperson.
specifically on the 9th of March 2012,
Yes.
yourself, but there had been a previous meeting on the 8th of March.
That is correct.
Now that is 4 years after these two gentlemen were murdered.
Correct, Chairperson.
So I'm trying to understand what happened in the 4 years.
Absolutely nothing had happened. It was because of the planting of the firearm,
Yes.
putting of the firearm on the scene. It was accepted to be a justifiable killing, because then an impression is created that these persons were posing a threat to the life of the police, and that is why they were killed.
Yes, but who makes that call? You see, because I think what the public doesn't understand about Ketumano, which I also don't understand, is that the policemen have written a letter where they say, we've killed these people.
That is correct.
Yes. And then there's an inquest opened and there's a docket opened.
That is
At
correct.
a certain point, it goes to a prosecutor
Yes.
who has to make a decision whether to prosecute or not. At a certain point, it goes to IPID, who have to look at whether this was a justifiable killing or not.
That is correct.
Yes. Now, unless the prosecutors themselves are not doing their job or IPID is not doing its job, there has to be an explanation why for 4 years a man is killed, no investigation until your team comes onto the scene.
The prosecutors accepted what the Ketumena police were saying, because the Ketumena police were saying these are justifiable killings.
Yes.
The result is now, no concerted effort was done to examine circumstances surrounding the killing of the deceased.
But does it mean that they issued a nolle prosequi, or they just nothing happened to the docket? The docket just gathered dust at the police station.
No, what they did was the dockets were presented to the prosecutors, and the prosecutors decided on the holding of inquests. And in some of the inquests, there were people that were, the death of the deceased were, in terms of Section 16, ascribed to the conduct of some of the members, but that is where the dockets were left.
Yes, you see, because if it is ascribed to a member of the police service,
Yes.
then a prosecutor must then make a decision about charging them either with murder or with culpable homicide.
That is correct.
Why did that not happen? That's the point I'm trying to understand.
Or either guide the investigation towards getting evidence linking that police officer to the killing of the deceased. But nothing happened. The prosecutors and the advocates in the DPP office did not do anything to ensure that the circumstances surrounding the killing of the deceased are investigated properly.
Yes.
But why? Why didn't the prosecutors do anything?
Chairperson, we were equally surprised that people die in the manner that they do and nothing happens. We found it absolutely surprising why so many people would subsequently die and not an eyebrow is raised.
Now, the IPID member who was investigating this matter, the one you said was in the Northwest, do you know who it was?
Mr. Musiapua.
Is he still in the service? Is he still in IPID?
Yes. No, he is retired, but he retired whilst in the employ of IPID. But he's still in the Northwest.
But I mean, he's someone that can come to this inquiry and give evidence.
Absolutely.
Yes.
If I may follow up, when an incident like this happens and IPID gets involved, does IPID come with its own investigators, or it accepts the report as it comes from the police? For example, we have a report here that we've been going through. Maybe do they accept something like this that is written by the very same police that were involved in the incident, or do they come and do their own investigation?
Chairperson, IPID is supposed to do their own investigation. There is an IPID investigator who handled this matter. What is her name? Her name would be in the docket. And
Well, I mean, last week we spoke about Shamila Williams.
Shamila Williams, yes.
Yes.
She was the official who was in charge of this investigation, and Mr. Musiapua took over from Shamila Williams.
And after the investigation, do they submit a report, or where? And also, if they do submit a report, where do they submit a report?
Chairperson, when they complete the investigation, it is taken to the prosecutors. In this instance, it was taken to the DPP office in Durban, and an inquest was held, and there was no eyebrow raised. It was the matter then rested there. No proper investigations was done.
And who was the head of the IPID at that time? Or during these investigations? If you remember?
Chairperson, I cannot remember who the head of IPID was. What I remember is that an official from head office of IPID went to be part of the investigation. That is the official whose name I mentioned last week. Mr. Engas. Yes. Mr. Engas then went to be part of the team that was investigating, together with Mr. Musiapua, Kolomote, and the others.
These are police officers. I'm talking about the IPID investigators.
Chairperson, they are most of them are former police officers, some of them not.
Yes. You have actually answered my question. But this, if I may put it just in simple terms, these are police officers who are supposed to police the other police officers.
Chairperson, when a police officer becomes part of IPID, he is supposed to go and to undergo that metamorphosis and ensure that he is now a member of IPID who's supposed to look objectively at the facts.
You're not answering my question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's simple. These are the IPID members.
Yes.
I beg your pardon. Are police officers who are supposed to police other police officers.
That is correct, Chairperson.
See that,
Thank you.
May I just come in here? Advocate Maema, at the inquest, witnesses to a crime scene which will be killing would be invited. Am I correct?
In terms of Section 8 of the Inquest Act, yes, witnesses should be invited.
So, in this instance, the killings that happened, they happened in the presence of and at the hand of a team of investigators from Katomena.
That is correct, Chairperson.
And the witnesses to the killing would be expected to have made written statements.
That is correct, Chairperson.
And those written statements would also be taken into consideration when the inquest is made or a decision to prosecute or not to prosecute is taken.
That is correct, Chairperson.
So we shall find the statements of the witnesses. And witnesses, my focus is on the investigation team of the witnesses
Yes,
at the scene.
yes.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You were asked about the head of IPID at the time. Who was the head of the DPP's office in KZN at the time?
It was Advocate Simpiwe Mloto.
Well, he was the head in 2012, according to the evidence here. But the event was taking place in 2008.
In 2008, the head was... It was Advocate Shamila Batoyi.
Yes. So is she the person who should have, in fact, taken steps at the time of the killing?
Advocate Shamila Batoyi and her staff were the people who were supposed to have ensured that the matters are dealt with appropriately.
Yes. And is that the office you are saying failed in its duty?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, the next section of the letter does not include direct...
Your pardon, Councillor, I'm sorry to interpose. I'm sorry. And after Advocate Batoyi had left to The Hague, she was succeeded by Advocate Mlojo.
Advocate Simpiwe Mlojo.
Yes.
Chairperson, yes.
Did Advocate Mlojo was he acting through from 2009 to 2012?
That is correct, Chairperson.
So if there is anyone who should have taken action, it would have been Advocate Batoyi first, and then she leaves at the end of 2009, and then secondly, it should have been Advocate Mlojo.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, the next section is dealing with additional suspects under paragraph 4, correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
And then it's dealing with details of candidates. And you've explained in the previous one that these are candidates to receive money.
Monetary awards, yes.
Yes. And what are their names?
Captain Lockham, Captain Eva, Inspector Mostert, Inspector Makanya, Inspector Mdlaloze, Inspector Stoltz, Inspector Zondi, Sergeant Mkonazi, and Constable Naidu.
Yes. And what is the event that they are referring to?
They are referring to an event on the 18th of September 2008 at
Yes.
1300 hours,
Just read that out. That
where
might be better.
Inspector Mostert received information about the hideout of 2 more suspects in the Mandini area. The investigation team consisting of the above members proceeded to Mandini, where the house was pointed out by the informer to Inspector Mostert. Inspector Mostert returned and briefed the members, and at 15 hours 30, the investigation team proceeded to number 4 Oribi Place, Mandini. The following members entered their house: Inspector Mostert, Inspector Stoltz, and Constable Naidu, whilst the remaining members stood guard outside the house. At the door, Inspector Moster found a black male, and while in possession of in the process of identifying himself to this person, this male ran into the house. Inspector Moster, Stolt, and Constable Naidu then entered the house and systematically proceeded throughout the house, starting in the lounge area and proceeding down the passage. Turning left into the next passage, a young school child was found standing in the doorway, who pointed to a closed door and informed Inspector Moster that they are hiding here, in close quotes. The child was asked to depart from the house for his own safety. Once the investigation team reached the closed door, they found it to be locked and proceeded to announce themselves, stating, open quotes, "It is the police, open up," close quotes. This was repeated several times, but no response was received. The door was then kicked in by Inspector Mostert, and at the same time a shot was fired from the room towards the investigation team, and the sound of glass breaking was heard. The team then entered the room, and a shootout took place between the police and the suspects, fatally wounding the suspects. The two suspects were positively identified as Natim Ntembu and Mdu Kopolota Ntuli.
Yes, if you can just stop there. Was this part of the case that you pursued?
Not at all. This is a missed statement of what.
But, I mean, was it part of the Ketomano cases that you in your team looked into?
Yes, this was part of the.
Yes, all right. Then you can answer the second question then, which you've already started.
Well, I was saying it was a misstatement of the facts,
yes,
as it happened there.
Yes.
They were presenting themselves as being attacked, when in fact there was no attack.
Yes. I mean, one of the unique parts about this particular event is that you would have found, because they say that the firearm was in fact discharged.
Yes.
So you would have found the firearm with residue and with a bullet.
And cartridges that matched that firearm too.
Yes. But what happened here?
But there was nothing. There was no firearm that was found. In fact, what they did was they would plant a firearm to create that this narrative, to support this narrative that they are following.
Yes. All right, carry on. Found in the room?
Found in the room was one Z88 9mm pistol loaded with serial number erased, one CZ75 9mm pistol also loaded with the serial number intact. Inspector Mostert was in possession of a warrant of arrest for the suspect Mdu Kopolota Nduli, Vide Kwamapumulo 2 of 2005, murder which was being investigated by Superintendent Kong.
Yes. I mean, according to the explanation they've given here, was there any attempt to arrest anyone?
No, there was no attempt to arrest anyone.
Then carry on.
During the investigation, it was clear that Superintendent Kong was a thorn in the side of these criminals, who did not hesitate to take the law into their own hands.
Yes, just hold there. You know, they refer to them as these criminals. I mean, were these people convicted of any crimes?
They were not convicted of any crime.
Yes. All right, carry on.
Investigation also revealed that the following suspects were directly involved in the assassination of Superintendent Kong.
Okay, yes. That the next paragraph is crucial. Just read that out.
Dumisani Ndlovu, who was shot by Inspector Kanyile, one of Superintendent Kong's crew.
Yes. Now, you remember that there was a question asked. The person who was shot by Inspector Kanyile, do we know his name? Is that his name?
That is his name, yes.
Okay, carry on.
One of Superintendent Kong's crew, Lindelani Buthelezi, who was shot by the investigation team.
So the Lindelani Buthelezi, the investigation team here is referring to who?
The investigation team would be the Ketomena members.
No, but there's a specific group that killed Mr. Buthelezi.
Yes. that are referred to above.
Yes. Carry on.
Natim Tembu, who was shot by the investigation team.
Yes.
Mdu Kopolota Ntuli, who was shot by the investigation team, who was also wanted on Kwamapumulo case 2 of 2005, murder, attached fine J50 warrant of arrest.
Yes.
Timson Makojela Ndimande and his bodyguard, Sbusiso Tembe, who were also shot by the investigation team and who orchestrated the hit on Superintendent Kongi.
Yes. Now, if you just stop there, I mean, here we know from the version of the police themselves that Mr. Ndlovu, Mr. Buthelezi, Mr. Mtembu, Mr. Ntuli, Mr. Ndimande, Mr. Tembe were all shot by the investigation team.
That is correct.
And it's the same investigation team that must now receive awards.
Yes, that is.
Yes. What are these awards for?
It is made out as if the awards are for a job well done, when in fact it's an award for killing people that they suspect of involvement in crime.
Yes. Then there are 2 more passages there, so maybe just complete that.
Attached find newspaper clippings from Daily Sun, the Natal Mercury, and the Daily News, as well as a statement of members who were involved in the individual scenes.
Yes.
As depicted in this report, it is clear that several members contributed and played an important role, of which some members were continuously confronted with the dangers of the apprehension of suspects, while other members played their individual roles which contributed to the success. These members should receive a benefit.
Yes. Now we know that the cover letter to this was sent by Major General Boysen, in which he identified himself as having played a critical role.
That is correct.
Yes. Now,
Before you proceed, based on that last paragraph and on the reading of this whole motivation, can we conclude that no individual was apprehended, everybody was killed?
That is correct, Chairperson.
yes. Even in relation to the one individual where they claim there was a warrant of arrest.
That is correct.
Yes. Now, the following page contains the signature. It looks like initially it was meant to be signed by Director Boysen, but then he scratched his name. Somebody scratched his name and replaced it with Assistant Commissioner P.T. Brown.
That is correct, Chair.
But we know that in any event, Director Boysen actively supported this motivation.
That is correct.
Yes.
Now, maybe I mustn't say anything because you haven't asked me a question.
Okay, well, you can say it. now that, I don't want to stop a witness.
I was just saying, I was going to say that after having said Director Boysen is the one who signed the covering letter, when he realized that he is himself a beneficiary, that's when his name was then removed and his supervisor, Assistant Commissioner Brown, then signed.
Yes. I was going to go to the nature of the awards, which are set out in paragraph 5, award options. What we know is that these members would have received paragraph 5.16 and paragraph 5.17, or do you know if they received more than 10,000 each?
Our information was that all of them received 10,000 each,
10,000
together with the certificate.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Now, we've dealt with the first document that is mentioned in your statement at GSM 6. if we go back to your statement, paragraph 73,
I am there, Chairperson.
and then the sentence starts with furthermore.
Furthermore, General Boysen, in the application for an interdict in the Bongani Elfas Mkhize versus Minister of Safety and Security and others, deposed to an answering affidavit and is attached marked GSM 7.
And then it continues.
On a proper reading, the answering affidavit demonstrates that General Boysen was aware, or at the very least ought reasonably to have been aware, of the unlawful conduct of the Ketomena unit.
Yes.
This inference is fortified by his position at the relevant time as Provincial Commander, Organized Crime, KwaZulu-Natal, and by the fact that the affidavit deals with operational matters falling squarely within his command and control.
Yes. Now, that affidavit is attached to your statement as 1A/161.
That is correct.
It's marked GSM 7.
That is correct.
Yes. Now, you...
Perhaps you can make it clearer,
Yes.
Council, that it is the answering affidavit by Major General Boysens
Yes.
to the interlocutory application by the late Mr. Mkhize.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mayema, this answering affidavit is extracted from the papers in the case brought by Mr. Mkhize for an interdict against the police.
That is correct.
Perhaps you should just tell us actually from your own recollection, what do you remember about that interdict?
It was one of the extraordinary interdict that I've ever read, where the applicant seeks an order compelling the police not to kill him. Ordinarily, police don't kill. Now, when an applicant approaches court to seek an interview not to be killed, something has went horribly wrong. Because it is not ordinarily the duty of the police to kill. The police should protect life. Now, here's a man who approaches court seeking an interdict. It was extraordinary.
Yes. If you just go to file one of the black files, the cross-examination bundle, it's just to point you to where this appears at page 43.
I'm there, Chairperson, the motion application.
Yes, and then you will see the applicant there.
The applicant in the motion application, case 13759 of 2008, is Bongani Elfas Mkhize.
Yes. If you then turn over the page, paragraph, page 44, at paragraph B, Roman figure 1.
That is correct, Chairperson. This is the extraordinary interdict. The respondent be interdicted from killing, injuring, threatening, harassing, or in any way intimidating the applicant.
Yes. So is this what you were referring to?
That is correct, Chairperson. Killing and injuring the applicant. Extraordinary. I have never seen something like this.
Yes. Now, your statement focuses on General Boysen and his knowledge and awareness of the conduct of these policemen.
That is correct.
Yes. And you say that his own affidavit says that he has personal knowledge of the facts. If
That
you
is
go
correct,
to page 1A 162 in the annexure section,
A,
1A 162.
I am there, Chairperson.
Yes, the first paragraph there is paragraph 2. Do you have paragraph 2?
I am there, Chairperson.
What does it say?
The facts stated herein are, unless where indicated to the contrary, within my personal knowledge and belief,
Yes.
Alternatively have been obtained by me from files and documents under or in the control of the South African Police Service. He further expounds that he is the fourth respondent in this proceedings.
Yes. Now, we know from that application, it's common cause what it comprises of. At the point the application was brought, 5 leaders of the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association had been killed by the police, and it was alleged that there was a hit list that was circulating. Mr. Bongani Mkhize's name was alleged to be in that hit list.
That is correct, Chairperson, and it would have been the next in line.
Well, it's certainly one of the people to be killed,
That is correct.
whether next or not.
That is correct.
That is Mr. Ho?
Mr. Bongani
Bongani.
Mkhize.
In case Mr.
Yes,
Mkhize, yes.
Bongani Mkhize. Thank you. Now, those are the facts that General Boysen said were within his personal knowledge.
That is correct.
Now, in his own affidavit at 1A/166,
Before you go there, Counsel, beg your pardon. Let's stay at page 1A 162. You just testified that this was an extraordinary
Relief that is being sought.
relief that was sought because, according to you, I beg your pardon, the role of the police is not to kill people.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now look at paragraph 3 of that affidavit. Remember, Major General Boysen is cited as the fourth respondent.
That is correct.
The commissioner, head of the organized crime unit SAPS KZN.
That is correct.
He now says at paragraph 3, it is convenient that I depose to the principal opposing affidavit with the other respondents providing confirmatory affidavits and or additional affidavit as they may see fit.
That is correct.
Now, in the principal affidavit, as he is deposing thereto, look at paragraph 5. If you may read that into the record.
Paragraph 5. Before responding to the applicant's affidavit, it is pertinent for me to point out that the relief sought by the applicant in paragraphs B, subroman 2, subroman 3, and subroman 4 is not warranted by the matters disclosed in the founding papers, but more importantly, constitute an unwarranted and unjustified limitation of the powers, rights, obligations, and duties vested in and imposed upon the South African Police Service in terms of the Constitution, and more specifically, in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977. As such, that relief constitutes an improper interference with the duties of the police to investigate and combat crime.
Now, in the context of the evidence that we have already, that shows that many people had been killed in KZN in relation to the murder of Superintendent Conch. And these deceased people were seemingly killed by the police.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, where in the Constitution are the police given any powers to kill anyone?
No, there is no way in the Constitution where the police have any powers to kill anyone.
I'm asking this question because this paragraph 5 seems to suggest that the police have such powers.
Indeed, Chairperson.
Because you remember the reliefs that is sought by Mr. Mkhize.
Yes,
The interdict that is sought
yes.
is to interdict the police from killing, injuring, or threatening him.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Mr. Mkhize had already been aware that several people had been killed.
Yes.
He rushed to court to seek the
Protection, yes.
of the court.
That is correct.
Now, Major General Boyson, in paragraph 5, seeks to suggest, or rather makes a proposition, that in executing their duties as police officers, they are protected or enjoined by the Constitution to do some of the things that they did. My reading of paragraph 5 seems to suggest that.
That is correct, Chairperson.
And where in the Criminal Procedure Act are the police given powers to act in the manner the Kato manner officers did
No way
in
in the,
relation to all those matters?
no way in the Constitution, Chairperson. The list that one can go to, Section 49(2) of the Criminal Procedure Act, says where the police have been exposed to, where their lives are threatened, an amount of force commensurate to the threat being imposed to the police can be used. But there is no way in the Criminal Procedure Act, no way in the Constitution where the police can unjustifiably kill anyone in this country.
Am I correct that more so that there is no evidence, at least so far, that suggests that these police officers were threatened by the very people that they accosted and eventually killed?
That is correct, Chairperson. In fact, Chairperson, there is no shred of evidence that's linking any one of these people that they killed to any offense. Nothing at all.
I mean, Mr. Tembe was running away according to the version of the police.
That is incorrect.
Well, the version of the police is that he was running away when he was shot.
Are you saying it is incorrect? I thought that you say it is correct. He was running away.
Well, he was running away,
Yes.
but it is incorrect that he was running away from the imminence that he knew, because he knew his fate is what ultimately happened.
I understand that. I mean, I'm saying even on their own version, when they shot him, he was running away.
Yes. Why do you shoot at anybody running away? When you know who that person is, you can even go to his home the next day or 3 months thereafter and arrest him. There's no need at all to shoot and kill him.
Yes. And the young man, Kwazindlovu, was sleeping at home having watched football.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, in the answering affidavit, those paragraphs that you've been reading, continue to read paragraph 6 of 7. There, Major General Boysons is giving a kind of an introductory defense.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Please read paragraph 6 and
Paragraph-
paragraph 7.
Paragraph 6, Chairperson, reads, apart from that relief sought in paragraph B1, constitute nothing more than mere lip service couched in interdictory language, enjoining the police to do exactly that which is their duty to perform. Paragraph 7.
Now, before you go to 7, what do you make of that statement?
Chairperson, this paragraph as well is a misstatement of the facts. It can't be said that
Perhaps Toby can take you to the notice of motion in paragraph B, Roman figure 1.
Just go back to file 1, the file that the black file. Yes. And we go back to paragraph 44.
I'm there.
Yes.
Page 44.
Yes. So this was at the time the rule 9 side that was sought.
Yes.
And B1 says that the respondents be interdicted from killing, injuring, threatening, harassing, or in any way intimidating the applicant. So
That is so.
yes. Now, General Boysen says in paragraph 6, apart from that, the relief sought in paragraph B1 constitutes nothing more than mere lip service. Now, let's just start there. I mean, if someone says, so if you are in that same document, that black file, at page 58, I just want to put the full context to you so that you remember what I'm talking about.
I'm there.
At the bottom of that page, he's narrating the people that have been killed, which is why he's coming to court to say, I fear that I will also be killed. So it's Makojela and Nkabinde and Tembe. You remember that?
That is so.
Yes. Now you turn over the page, page 60. It's Mr. Lindelani Butelis, who's already been killed.
That is
correct?
so.
Paragraph 32, Kopolota Nduli and Ngosinathi Mthembu. Correct?
That is correct,
And
Chair.
then the next page is page 61, Mdum Kize. Correct?
Also having been killed. That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Then look at the paragraph at 62, paragraph 35. That explains why he's coming to court. Just read that.
Of the people whose names are mentioned on the list, I'm the only one who remains alive. However, on Sunday, the 19th October 2008, I was telephoned by my source from the KwaMaphumulo police station and informed that a concerted effort is now being waged by policemen investigating Kolno's murder to eliminate me. To this end, I was informed further that a warrant for my arrest has been obtained, a precursor to justify taking me into custody. Thereafter, the plan is to kill me and to allege that I had been killed whilst threatening the lives of the policemen involved in my arrest.
This is why he then says in paragraph B1, I don't want to be killed. He says, you've killed 5 people before. I've heard that my name is the next one to be killed.
Yes.
Then General Boysen, in that context, then responds in paragraph 6. The first thing he says is that this is lip service. Paragraph 6 at page 1A/163.
That is so.
Now that's the comment I would like you to give to this kind of a response when he's responding on behalf of all of the respondents. He says, well, this is a mere lip service.
It cannot be lip service. Five people have already been killed, together with one bodyguard. So it cannot
But
just
he also
be.
has evidence that he himself is next.
He also has evidence that he himself is appearing on the list on the basis of the list that was in existence.
And then it continues, it says, couched in interdictory language, enjoining the police to do exactly that, which is their duty to perform. Now, this is the most bizarre thing, because it's about killing, injuring, threatening, harassing, or in any way intimidating the applicant. So, unless there's something I'm missing from what he means, he surely cannot mean that the police are enjoined as their duty to perform these things that are in paragraph B1.
I agree, Chairperson.
Yes.
Council, Dr. Mariano, you will continue to read paragraph 7 into the Advocate Maema, you will continue to read paragraph 7 into the record when we reconvene. I'm reminded that we've passed tea time. Please pardon me to keep you longer here. So we will adjourn for tea. We will adjourn until about 5 to 12.
Thank
You
you.
are still under oath, Council. We
That is
adjourn.
correct, Chair.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Tate Maima. Afternoon, Tate Chak. You are still under oath.
That is correct, Chairperson. I confirm.
When you adjourned, you are looking at the answering affidavit of Major General Boysons.
That is correct.
At page 1A, 163, paragraph 7, that you have to read into the record.
That is correct, Chair.
Please do.
It reads as follows: in 7, in seeking that relief, and as a general statement, the applicant relies on nothing more than innuendo, hearsay, unconfirmed rumor, and generalized unconfirmed reports made in the popular press.
Yes.
What do you make of this statement? This statement that the applicant, the late Mr. Mkhize, relies on nothing more than innuendos, hearsay, and unconfirmed rumor.
Chairperson, is a misstatement of what the real facts are, because Mr. Mkhize relies on facts that have happened to members of his own taxi association.
Let us assume that Major General Boysons is correct, that the reliance is on innuendo and hearsay. For the purpose of the poker racketeering, those allegations will still be admissible, not so?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I suppose, if you go to court and you say, I hear that the police themselves are trying to kill me, and there's a list, and you do so on an urgent basis, I mean, doesn't the law say that in those circumstances hearsay would be admissible?
It will be admissible, Chairperson.
Yes. But there's also something more fundamental with this approach of Major General Boyson. What you have here, you have a person, a member of the public, who says that I'm targeted by the police themselves,
Yes.
and I want an order from the court.
Yes.
And you have the police opposing the application. I don't know if that tells you anything about the attitude of Major General Boyson.
It is just most bizarre. It is a sad state of affairs.
Yes. But I mean, insofar as the question of endorsement to commit murder, the license to kill, which is really what is at stake in this case, is that
Yes.
the members of Ketumano had license to kill, endorsed by Major General Boyson.
That is correct, Chair.
Now, when he opposes an application by a person who says, I don't want to be killed by Ketumano, what does that tell you?
It tells you things have gone horribly wrong. In fact, I would have expected him as a police officer serving under the Constitution to support this application. Say the police will not kill; they will not harm you. To the contrary, he opposes somebody who approaches court and who wants to preserve his own life.
Yes. But does it confirm or dispute the notion that under his authority, the Ketumano police had license to kill?
It confirms that narrative that they have a license to kill, and he will go all the way to support them.
Yes. Now, I wanted to take you to 1A 166, which is where he deals with Superintendent Chonco.
Before you proceed, Council, I'm sorry to interpose. When you look at page 74, 1A-166, paragraph 20. Paragraph 20.
I'm there, Chairperson.
Major General Boysons reminds us that Superintendent Tonto was murdered on 27 August 2008.
That is correct, Chair.
And you earlier on testified that as at that time, Advocate Batoi was still the DPP KZN.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. Yes, thank you. I suppose you could now skip paragraph 19 and 20 because they are both about the murder of Superintendent Chonco.
Yes.
Yes, and we've dealt with that extensively.
That is correct, Chair.
But the one question still remains about the knowledge of General Boyson. Remember that there is the whole thing that I came after the event. But given that he is testifying expressly about the murder, what does that tell you about his knowledge of this case?
He's misstating the facts. He knows exactly what is happening. It is clear from the affidavit that he has filed.
Yes. And then the same allegation about knowledge appears at paragraph 21, the following page, 1A, 167. And that's where the applicant, Mr. Mkiza, says, we as KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association hired a private security to guard us.
That is correct.
Yes. What does he say here?
At paragraph
21.
21.
At paragraph 18.
Although I'm aware of the fact that the services of a security company were retained by the association, I'm not aware of the remaining allegations contained in this paragraph.
Yes, so here he confirms even the detail that he was aware that KwaMaphumulo had hired a security company.
That is correct.
Yes. And why would they hire a security company?
To protect themselves and their properties.
Yes. Because they knew that they were under threat.
Exactly.
Yes. And he knew that they had hired a security company.
Yes.
Now,
If you can just remind me, I'm sorry, Council.
yes.
It appears Major General Boysons holds the view that one of the assailants in the murder of Superintendent Tonto and injuring Mr. Kanyile was in exchange killed with an AK-47.
That is true.
Is that correct? That an AK-47 was used?
No, it is incorrect.
And in any of the ballistic reports or the evidence that were tendered by the witnesses, there is no suggestion, even in those photographs that were seen earlier, that no AK-47 was used in the murder of any of the assailants or of the suspects.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Sorry, Madam Chair, which paragraph? Which paragraph is the Chair referring to?
I'm referring to Major General Boyson's answer affidavit at paragraph 51.
20.
Paragraph 17, page 75. The top line.
Oh, yes, I see it now, yes. The assailant was found in possession of an AK-47 rifle. Thank you, Madam Chair. In fact, I suppose there's one more fact that's relevant there. You would recall when we looked at the scene of the killing of Superintendent Kongo. The rifles that were used in that scene, we identified them last week.
Yes, we did.
And what were they?
Chairperson, it was an R1 and R5?
R4.
Yes, either R1 or R4.
R4 and R5.
Yes.
And specifically, why are they relevant?
Well, the R1s and R5s will be official firearms, not an AK-47.
Official by who?
That is firearms that would ordinarily be in the use of the police.
Yes. And isn't it interesting that in his narrative, he doesn't mention the use of the R4 and the R5, which are official police guns?
Yes. Instead, he throws in an AK-47 rifle.
Sorry, I've now missed the part I wanted to take you to. Oh yes, if you go back to this document, the file 1, the black file 1. Now, you recall that there is an issue around what is the extent to which these people that were killed were implicated in the murder of Superintendent Kongo. Not that if a person is implicated, can just be murdered, but it is an issue nevertheless.
Yes.
If you look at page 56, paragraph 24.
I'm there, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, we know that Moses Dlamini had at some point been arrested in relation to this incident.
That is correct, Chair.
And then what does paragraph 24 of the founding affidavit say?
Moses Dlamini was released after it was found that he could not be inculpated with the murder of Superintendent Kongo.
Yes. So arrested and released.
That is correct.
And that was also the same thing with Mr. Magojela and Demande.
That is correct.
Yes. And then there were also allegations that after they were detained, they were also assaulted, both Moses Dlamini and Magojela and Demande. You recall that?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. And then he responds, Major General Boysen responds to those allegations at paragraph 24, which is 1A 167. As well as the following paragraph 25 and 26 and 27. Can you just read those into the record?
Starting with paragraph 24.
Yes, paragraph 24 of Major General Boysen's affidavit. Yes, correct.
At paragraph 21, I admit that a person was detained and questioned. I deny that that person was in any way assaulted. In any event, these allegations constituted hearsay and ought to be struck out.
So he's confirming here about his personal knowledge of the detention.
That is correct.
Yes. He is also claiming from personal knowledge a denial of the assault.
Yes, that
Now,
is so correct.
do you know where he would get the information from if he claims, to have come after the event?
It begs to reason where he would get it. It only shows that his version that he came after the event it's false.
Yes. All right. Carry on.
Paragraph 25. At paragraph 22, I note the contents of the documents purporting to be an affidavit by Moses Dlamini. It is improper for that affidavit to be put up by the applicant unless and until Moses Dlamini puts up an affidavit in this matter. That affidavit was not designed for the purpose for which the applicant intends to employ it and is therefore, in the context of this application, hearsay and ought to be struck out. In any event, Moses Dlamini was never assaulted, and I refer to the affidavits of Pandey and Maharaj filed evenly herewith.
There are just 2 points around this paragraph. Someone says, look, I've been assaulted in police custody. They report to the head, the provincial head of the police, the assault. What is the correct response to that allegation?
He ought to have it investigated.
Yes. But it looks like what he does is just to rely entirely on the version of the police.
Instead of doing anything, any concrete investigation.
Yes. Now, what does that tell you about the extent to which the police in Ketumano had a license not just to kill, but to torture and assault suspects as well?
Well, they would do so because they have the backing and support of the provincial commander himself.
Yes. Now, then, he then goes further. Paragraph 26.
He says at paragraph 23, the information received from Moses Dlamini is hearsay and ought to be struck out. In any event, I deny the existence of any list that is referred to by the applicant and deny that Dlamini was assaulted.
Yes. Now, again, this is something curious. He is the head of the police, and he's asking for hearsay to be struck out. Is that the correct approach?
No, I differ. As a responsible head of the police, as I say, the appropriate thing was to ascertain what the true facts are,
Yes.
and by investigating rather than just mere denying.
Yes.
In an instance like this, where it came to the attention of General Boysens that there are allegations of assault and torture, if the investigations were to be done, would it have to be done internally by the police, or would he have to refer it to IPIT?
He would have to refer it to IPIT for an objective investigation to be done.
And it is the IPIT that would investigate at his instance?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, before you go ahead, can the witness put the position in terms of the organogram and who reports to whom in its proper context, so that we understand under which authority does does Major General Boysen responds to these allegations? I'm not sure if my question is clear. I want it to be put in its proper context so that we understand
Yes.
how the information flowed, and how would Major General Boysen say the information contained in this affidavit are in my personal knowledge.
Yes. Thank you. Do you want to address that? There is a
Sorry, I'm asking this question. I'm aware that there is an organogram, but we dealt with it last week. It
Yes.
might be that we lose it along the way.
Yes,
So I want it to be clear.
Yes. No,
In which capacity is Major General Boysen making these allegations where he says they are within my personal knowledge?
All right, thank you. Could you explain that question, perhaps in your own words, Mr. Mayema?
Chairperson, General Boysen is the provincial head of organized crime in the province, in KZN. And he has close working relations with the Ketomena, the unit that is responsible for all of this. So there are complaints that Ketomena unit is responsible for all these atrocities. But instead of him acting as an impartial provincial commander would do, he doesn't do that. He supports the conduct of the Ketomena unit without referring it appropriately to the iPad for proper investigations to be done.
Yes.
But
Well,
this is a man who is himself involved in these atrocities. So he lacks impartiality. He lacks independence. That is why he acts in the manner that he does.
Look, I suppose the question is really this. Mr. Mkhize comes to court
Yes.
and he says there is a unit in Ketomano
Yes.
that is terrorizing members of my association.
Yes.
They have killed 5 so far.
Yes.
They have a hit list. My name is in the hit list.
Yes.
Now, ordinarily, you would expect someone either from the unit or someone who works with the unit to know the facts personally
That is
to
correct.
respond.
Yes.
You wouldn't expect someone from the province to come to court and say, I have personal knowledge, because that is how the formal structure looks like.
Yes. Yes.
And that is what I think is being asked, is that you've got the formal structure that elevates Mr. Boysen to the province,
Yes.
but you've got the factual position where an application is brought, but it's him who responds with personal knowledge. So how does that link now to the formal structure?
So one would have expected that Superintendent Aya or Olivier as a section commander would be filing an affidavit as the people that are directly involved with the organized crime. But instead of that happening, you have somebody who's supposed to be based at province, replacing the section commander and unit commanders, as he has personal.
Does he get the personal knowledge from? That's the question.
He gets a personal knowledge from his own involvement in the activities of Ketomena.
Or first, let's assume that the Ketomena complies with the definition of an enterprise. And then we further assume would then mean that the members of that of Ketomena would have assumed it's an enterprise under his direct to him. Correct me if my assumption is wrong.
Yes, well, we've got an expert here on racketeering.
Chairperson, that is my understanding. The supposition so far is correct, and it follows how we concluded that the Ketomena unit was an enterprise within of POC.
Thank you. On examination file,
I am there.
you are there. Thank you. Now, I see from the citation that... No. I need to correct myself. It's not necessary to ask the question. Looking at it again, I'm clarified. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Ramakhaga. Yes, we are still dealing with the issue of the personal knowledge and personal involvement, or let's call it direct involvement of General Boysen.
Yes.
We are at paragraph, we've skipped 27, which is 1A 168.
Oh, yes.
If you could read that into the record.
28 at paragraph 25. I deny the allegations contained.
No, 27.
At paragraph 27.
No, paragraph 27 at paragraph 24.
My apologies. 27 at paragraph 24. I admit that Moses Dlamini was released. Any information received by the applicant from Moses Dlamini, as referred to in the founding affidavit, is hearsay and ought to be struck out. I have no knowledge as to why the applicant became concerned for his well-being and deny that he had any reason to be so afraid. The letter Annexure B needs to be placed in context. On 5 September 2008, Tlhapane attorneys addressed inter alia the provincial commissioner. A copy of that letter is annexed here to marks JWB 1. That was responded to on 11 September 2008, annexed here to WB. In any event, in the absence of an affidavit from the author of the letter, the contents thereof are hearsay.
Yes. Now, that letter of the 5th of September 2008, we have it in file 1 at page 1.
That is so, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, that's dated the 5th of September 2008, correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. Now, it was also I suppose, a plea for help, for lack of a better word, by the attorney,
Yes.
saying, we know that our members are being targeted, and at that stage, Mr. Ndimande and Mr. Tembe had not been killed.
That is correct.
But they were mentioned in that letter that these are some of the people that are being targeted.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. And we know they were killed subsequently on the 16th of September.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. And that was before the application was brought, which is the 21st of October.
That is correct, Chair.
Now, what did you make of this letter in your own investigations? That the letter is sent on the 5th saying, please help us. Apparently nothing happens, more people get killed. And then an application is brought, even that one, more people get killed even after the application.
But, Chairperson, you know what is even more worrying is the fact that the Makojela and Ndimande want to hand themselves over if the police are looking for them. And Ketomena then says, no, we don't want you. Because they are arrested by the Mtunzini police and they get taken to Ketomena. And Ketomena says, no, we don't want you. We don't want to question them now. We don't have anything against them. Release them. And they get released. And 2 weeks thereafter, Makojela then gets killed on the freeway, on the Howick freeway. Very concerning.
Yes. But what is also apparent here, and I want your comment on this, is that the letter of the 5th of September, way before the application, already says, look, these people are being killed because it's coming within a week after the killing of Superintendent Kongo.
That is correct.
And they're saying, well, we know that you're looking for us, but we are available.
Yes.
Does General Poison deny knowledge of this letter?
No, he does not.
Yes. So this would mean what? That he was aware of this letter on the 5th. He was also aware of the application.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. And all of these are about Ketumano.
Ketumena, that he is actually literally in control of.
Yes. And receiving a letter like this on the 5th of September, that is a plea for help. I mean, what would you expect of someone in General Poison's position?
You'd expect of a responsible provincial commander in the shoes of General Body who needs to be arrested. He would take proper steps to ensure that that happens within the context of the law.
Yeah. The other thing about these letters, so we have the letter of the 5th of September, right? That's before the killing of Ndimande and Tembe.
That is correct.
And then after their killing, shortly after that, there is another letter which is at page 9 of file 1, the black file.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. And what is the date of that letter?
It's the 23rd of September 2008.
Yes. Now you will see that letter at the content of that letter. I think it is page 21, paragraph 29, 30, 31, and 32, and 33, and 34. What are they dealing with there?
In paragraph 29, by way of background to the fourth respondent's complaint, it is necessary to understand that...
It says fourth complaint, so in other words, it's the fourth time we're complaining.
Oh, my apologies. By way of background to the fourth complaint, it is necessary to understand that Magojela Ndimande and Lynn Tembe were arrested by members of the organized crime unit on the 29th of August 2008, 2 days after Kongo's murder, and taken to the Mtunzini police station, where they were detained, interrogated, and assaulted. They were denied legal representation despite requesting same.
Yes, carry on.
Paragraph 30. When it came to our attention that Ndimande and Tembe had been arrested by the police and denied legal representation, we immediately addressed a letter to the officer commanding organized crime unit, as well as the director in overall charge of that unit, demanding that their legal rights be respected. This letter, which speaks for itself, is annexed here to marked I.
Yes, carry on.
After questioning and assaulting Ndimande and Tembe, the police released them on 29 August 2008 without charging them. This is significant because it clearly illustrates that the police did not have sufficient evidence against them. If they had evidence, they would certainly have charged them and taken them to court. On 16 September 2008, more than 2 weeks later, the organized crime unit, acting on reliable information, again sought Ndimande and Tembe. This much is contained in an official press release by Senior Superintendent Henry Budram. The undertaking had been made to the Organized Crime Unit on 5 September, see letter annexed SE, to hand over any suspect who were sought by the police. This, notwithstanding no request was made to our office or to Mapumulo Taxi Association to surrender Nkabinde or Tembe. On 16, paragraph 33, on 16 September 2008, the police pursued Nkabinde and Tembe, who were traveling in a motor vehicle, and fired upon them to the extent that both were killed. No police officers were harmed, and it is believed that the police vehicles involved were unscathed.
Then
Paragraph 34.
34, yes.
Once again, instead of apprehending the suspect and bringing them to justice, members of Organized Crime Unit used deadly force and shot the two individuals to death. The widely reported response by those in command of the police officers concerned, including Bekikele, was applause and congratulations for killing, open quotes, the criminals. Once again, we are not told what evidence, if any, the police had against these individuals of their involvement in Senior Superintendent Kongo's murder, or any crime for that matter. The chilling fact is that these are the same two people in respect of whom the police were unable to lay charges on the 29th of August 2008 due to insufficient evidence. It will be recalled that on that day, the police were forced to release them following our letter.
Carry on. Paragraph 35.
Paragraph 35. Once again, the presumption of innocence appears not to have come into reckoning at all. The police officers were certainly given the impression that they had done a great job in killing this suspect and should continue in similar vein.
Yes.
Paragraph 36.
Yes.
Following these killings and the evasive response to our letter of 5 September 2008, member of Mapumulo Taxi Association justifiably felt that their lives were in serious danger and that they too could face violent death based on no more than reliable information gathered by the police. Following a consultation with members of the Mapumulo Taxi Association, we addressed a further urgent letter to the Provincial Commissioner on 18 September 2008. This letter speaks for itself, and we annex same marked J. This letter clearly identifies 3 individuals who had been threatened by members of the Organized Crime Unit and feared for their lives. 2 of these are Nkosinathi Wilson Mthembu and Johannes Ntuli, also known as Kopolota.
37.
37. We received no response to this letter. The very same day, however, 18 September 2008, 2 of these specifically mentioned in the letter, Nkosinathi Wilson Mthembu and Johannes Ntuli, also known as Kopolota, were shot and killed by members of the Organized Crime Unit in a house in Mandeni. According to the police, they sought to arrest the 2 individuals and approached the house with this intention when they made resistance and were forced to kill the suspects. Paragraph 38. What simply cannot be ignored in this case is that the police at the level of Provincial Commissioner had been informed in writing on 2 occasions that particular individuals sought by the police would be handed over in order to specifically avoid a situation where the police could claim that they were forced to kill the suspect. We submit that it is entirely unacceptable that no approach was made to ourselves or to Mapumulo Taxi Association to surrender these individuals, especially as they had been specifically named. Instead, the police deliberately chose a course which ended in the killing of 2 more people who are presumed innocent. As always, no police officer was injured, which in itself seriously calls into question the so-called resistance put by these individuals.
The last one, paragraph 39.
39. Indeed, in the space of 2 weeks, 7 suspected criminals had been killed in matters investigated by the Organized Crime Unit, the notorious Shem murders and the Kongo murder. The real horror in all of this lays in the fact that not a single person has been placed before court in regard to either of these murders. Certainly, the inferences which flow from these statistics are too obvious to mention.
Yeah, so if you could just stop there. I mean, this is what, so we start with the letter of the 5th of September, which says, look, 2 people have been killed.
Yes.
And we are pleading for your intervention.
Yes.
Then nothing happens. Then we come to the 23rd of September, where 5 more people have been killed.
Yes.
Then they say, well, 7 people have been killed. We're pleading for your intervention. If you go to page 9, I mean, who is being asked there to intervene?
On page 9, it's the National Police Commissioner.
Yes. Well, it's the Human Rights Commission.
Well, the National Chairman of the Human Rights Commission, the head of the Independence Complaints Directorate, the National Police Commissioner, and the Public Protector.
Yes. And then this is where we get into the 21st of October, where by the time they go there, they say, well, 10 people have now been killed.
Yes.
And then even that person who brings the application is himself killed.
That is correct, Chair.
Now, as a racketeering expert, what do you see here?
We see a clear pattern of racketeering activity.
Yes.
Continuous, ongoing. It fits the definition of the definition of racketeering as in the POCA legislation.
Yes.
Do you accept that you are a racketeering expert? Or do you want to put it in your own words differently?
Chairperson, I will put it differently. I will say, as a prosecutor who has dealt with racketeering cases, as a prosecutor who has approved, who has recommended racketeering charges, which were agreed to by the national director, about 5 to 7 of them. I was convinced that the conduct complies with the definition of racketeering as in the POCA legislation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Then just to finalize the answering affidavit of Major General Boysen, I want to just refer you to 1A 170. Paragraph 31. Again, where he is talking about Mr. Nkabinde and Mr. Tembe.
Yes, Chair. At paragraph 31, it's at paragraph 28.
Yes.
Nkabinde and Tembe were arrested and questioned. They were subsequently released. On 16 September 2008, information was received which necessitated Nkabinde and Tembe to be questioned again. Information was also received that the 2 individuals were in the process of fleeing the province of KwaZulu-Natal, making their way to the Free State. On the busy N3 freeway between Pietermaritzburg and Marievale, an attempt was made to apprehend them. Police vehicles employing their sirens and appropriate flashing lights attempted to stop them. They resisted and shot at the police. The police returned fire and they were killed.
Can you just hold there? You know, now this is a document under oath. And the previous document we looked at, the statement made by the same Major General Boyson endorsing the payment was that one of the suspects was running away
That is correct.
and never mentioned anything about the driver shooting at the police. Now, if you look at what he says under oath, he's now twisted the facts.
That is correct, Chair.
What is he saying under oath?
He's now saying this suspect who are fleeing an attempt by the police to apprehend them were now firing shots at the police.
Yes. Yes. Now, what is the effect of giving a statement under oath that is false?
It is a criminal offence to give a false statement under oath.
Yes. Then can you continue then under two handguns?
Before you continue, Counsel, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, I remember that the witness spoke to the deletion of the names of Major General Boyson in that award document, and then substituted it with that of General or Lieutenant Brown.
Brown, yes.
Now, what do we say about that? Do you testify that Major General Boyson's name was removed because he was one of the people who received the awards?
He would have been a recommended recipient.
Yes.
That is correct, Chair.
So you think that there is a mischief there in his name now being substituted by that of Mr. Brown?
As if it is now a genuine plea from or application from General Brown that Boyson must also be rewarded for the good work that he had done.
Counsel is referring you to that document. Am I correct, Counsel?
Yes, Madam Chair.
It is in file 1 at 236. I beg your pardon? 237.
Yes, it starts at 236. You are
Yes.
correct, Madam Chair. And then
Yes,
the
and-
attachment at 237.
Yes. And Counsel is referring to that statement. So
236.
if the statement now reflects provincial head directive services, I don't know what that is, or detective services, KZN.
Chairperson, will be 236 in file 1.
Yes, you've got the
That's
correct
the
one.
cross-examination file 1, that
Yes.
black one.
Oh, yes.
Is at page 242, I beg your pardon? At 237 from 236. This one.
So you can look in the middle. It should be 27. The numbering in the middle.
There are two, the ones in the
Yeah, the one in the middle. Just go to 27 and then turn the
Yes.
page to 28.
27. I'm there.
Yes, I think the chair is in the document that starts at 28.
Oh, yes.
In this regard, I just want to verify from you, following on the last question by Counsel, referring to that document,
Yes, Chairperson.
should we accept it as a fact that it was a misleading substitution?
That is correct, Chair. It was misleading. And when he realized it, then his name was then deleted, and Commissioner Brown then signed.
Am I correct that your answer should be considered then in line with what appears on page 27, which is the letter for monetary awards by Major General Boyson himself?
The covering letter, Chairperson.
The
that is
covering
correct.
letter.
Yes.
And when you look at the dates of these letters, that covering letter was written 3 days after the letter that appears at page 28. Although it is paginated before it. In other words, the date on the monetary and non-monetary awards is
14th
October
14th October
2008.
That is correct. Chair.
And then, that was the first one. And then 3 days later, Major General Boyson writes, concerning this monetary awards. To whom was he writing?
He writes to the provincial head, detective services in KZN.
Who is that?
It appears to be him writing to a committee that will consider the recommendations.
Now, who is the assistant commissioner? Who is the provincial head of detective services? That's the question.
Yes.
The provincial head of the detectives is Commissioner Brown.
He's writing to Commissioner Brown.
That is so, Chairperson.
Does it then make sense that Commissioner Brown could then have written earlier, on the 14th of October, to recommend monetary awards when you look at the sequence of those letters?
No, Chairperson. When one looks at the sequence of the letters, it is not possible.
It
Yes.
seems nonsensical.
It's
doesn't it?
nonsensical. Yes. Whether the letter would be emanating from Commissioner Brown or from General Boyson himself is nonsensical.
It's nonsense.
That is correct.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, then, we were still in the middle, and I was asking you that when he is now giving a narrative that is in conflict with the original narrative,
Yes.
one of the statements is false.
That is correct.
Now, if the statement that is false is what is in the affidavit, what are the consequences?
It amounts to a criminal offense
Yes,
because you are lying under oath.
yes. And then if he lied to his employer, because that was the narrative in the 2008 documents, what are the consequences there?
Then his employer ought to have taken steps to have him dealt with.
But I'm saying he's lying to the employer in order to get a cash payout. What are the consequences in criminal law there?
Well, it is a criminal offense.
What is the offense?
It is fraud.
Yes. Thank you. Now, he then continues 2 handguns in that same paragraph you were reading, paragraph 31 of the main bundle, not the bundle you have, the main bundle with annexures, yes.
Paragraph?
The same paragraph you are reading. You stopped when I said you should stop after reading police vehicles employing their sirens and appropriate flashing lights attempting to stop. They resisted and shot at the police. The police returned fire and they were killed. That's why I stopped you. The
That is
next
correct.
line is 2 handguns.
2 handguns, a Luger assault rifle, and an AK-47 assault rifle were recovered by the police. To the extent that the information contained in paragraph 28 is at odds with what I say here, I deny saying. I also deny the contents of the press report from the Daily Sun to the extent that it is at odds with what I say.
Yes. Now, if you just talk about these guns they claim to have recovered from the site, from the scene, what was your investigation outcome?
Well, from the investigation, it was clear there was no Luger assault rifle. There was no AK-47 that was found at the scene.
Yes. And so this statement here that they claim to have found made under oath by General Boysen, would it be a false statement?
It will also be a false statement, also a criminal offense.
Yes.
Okay, Toby, can I be assisted? I think at 1A-159, where there is a motivation for the monetary award. The information that is put there was that, and I think it's by the person who was motivating. Oh, no. Director Boysen, the provincial commander, contacted, and I'm reading at A1157, the third paragraph from the end of the page, was informed that he had information pertaining to the suspect that had organized the hit. They were in Virginia, in the Orange Free State, and was en route to Pietermaritzburg to collect some cash in Pietermaritzburg. That's what it is said in motivation for the monetary award. But then let's go to paragraph 31 at A1170. That's where the witness was reading from.
Sorry, Madam Chair, just slower. Yes, I'm just trying to catch up.
Okay, I'm in the same file. It's file 1 of 3.
So page A1.
A1 170.
Yes, I've now caught up.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now
Do you have it, Mr. Mayem?
I am there.
Yes.
Yeah, now here the information is that they had received information that the two individuals were in the process of fleeing the province of KwaZulu-Natal on making their way to the Free State. Unless if my understanding is wrong, but in the motivation for the monetary award, the information is that the two are fleeing KZN. I don't know to where, but in the answering affidavit, the information that they seem to have received is that they are fleeing the KZN province. Please assist me.
Chairperson, Ndimande being a taxi owner, owns
No, let's just start with the basics.
Oh.
Is it correct that in the motivation, the allegation is that, I mean, firstly, the source of this information, according to the motivation, is Director Boysen himself, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Now, is it correct that what he says is that these individuals are in Virginia, in the Free State, and
They are hiding.
hiding, yes, are en route to Pietermaritzburg? Is that correct?
That is what is in the monetary award.
To collect some cash in Pietermaritzburg.
That is correct.
Now, is it correct that in the answering affidavit, the same Director Boysen says, because you remember he's the original source who gave the information to Mostert.
That is correct.
The same Director Boysen at paragraph 31, he says in the fourth line, information was also received that the two individuals were in the process of fleeing the province of KwaZulu-Natal, making their way to the Free State, correct?
That is correct.
Is it correct that that is a clear contradiction?
It's a clear contradiction.
Then you can make the comment you wanted to make.
Yes. The comment I wanted to make was that Mr. Ndimande had taxis operating in Pietermaritzburg. So at this time he was hiding in the Free State to prevent any eventuality that could happen to him, to prevent Ketomena coming to look for him and then being killed in the process.
I thought Council was asking you to explain what you said is a contradiction in relation to the summary of events at 2 to 9 of that letter, the monetary and non-monetary award letter, and then what he now says under oath in the answering affidavits.
Yes.
If you look at the statement, the summary of events,
Yes.
at page 2 to 9, written 239. You see that paragraph?
I am there.
I think Council is contrasting that paragraph of his statement or his letter with what he says under oath at paragraph 31, 1A-170.
That is correct.
At paragraph 28.
Yes.
And you said that it is clearly a contradiction, and I think Council asked you to explain. Am I correct, Council?
Yes, indeed, that was the question.
Well, the contradiction amounts to a criminal offense. In one voice, he says they were traveling in one direction. In the same voice, he says they were traveling the other direction.
Yes.
That is from the Free State to KZN, or from KZN to the Free State.
Perhaps it will be helpful if you read the first paragraph of the summary of events at paragraph 239 of that letter. Do you have it?
I do have it.
Read that paragraph.
On Monday, the 15th of September 2008, Director Boysen, the provincial commander, contacted Inspector Mostert and informed Inspector Mostert that he had information pertaining to the suspects that had organized the hit on Superintendent Colmo. He was hiding in Virginia in the Orange Free State and was en route to Pietermaritzburg to collect some cash in Pietermaritzburg. During this time, the informer remained in contact with Director Boysen, who continued to relay the information over to the investigation team.
Now read A1 -170.
Now,
and then draw our attention to the contradiction that you referred to.
Paragraph 31 deals with paragraph 28. Ndimande and Dembe were arrested and questioned. They were subsequently released. On 16 September 2008, information was received which necessitated Ndimande and Dembe to be questioned again. Information was also received that the two individuals were in the process of fleeing the province of KwaZulu-Natal and making their way to the Free State. On the busy N3 freeway between Pietermaritzburg and Marivale, an attempt was made to apprehend them. The police vehicles, employing their sirens and appropriate flashing lights, attempted to stop them. They resisted and shot at the police. The police returned fire and they were killed. 2 handguns and a Luger assault rifle and an AK-47 rifle were recovered by the police.
Yes, the point there, I think what my sister is drawing Council's attention to is that in the paragraph, the summary of events, a statement is made that these people or somebody, this person was hiding in Virginia in the Orange Free State.
That is correct.
And was en route to Pietermaritzburg to collect money. In paragraph 31 of his answering affidavit, an allegation is made that he was in the process of fleeing the province of KwaZulu-Natal. He was in the process of fleeing the province of KwaZulu-Natal and making their way to the Free State. They are no longer hiding.
That is correct.
I think that is the point of contradiction that my sister is drawing your attention to.
That is correct, Chair.
So you confirm that
I confirm
there
that
is some inconsistencies.
there is a definite inconsistency.
By one and the same person.
By the one and the same person.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. We've now identified 2 inconsistencies from the monetary awards and the affidavit.
The affidavit, that is
And
correct.
I don't know which one is false, which one is true. But there is one other inconsistency around what they say they found. Now, in the letter, which is the same page we're looking at, the same paragraph you were reading, the letter itself, if you turn the page, you go to that first paragraph, and the last sentence, which starts with the following firearms were found. Do you see that? In the first paragraph, the last sentence of the first paragraph.
No, I'm not there, Council.
All right. Well, perhaps just use the bundle, file 1, go to page 31. That might be easier.
I'm there, Council.
Now, in the last sentence, which starts with the following firearms were found, in the first paragraph, the last sentence.
Oh, yes, I'm there.
Okay, just read that.
The following firearms were found in the vehicle: 1 AK-47 rifle with a loaded magazine, 1 Ruger Mini 14 automatic rifle, and 2 magazines, as well as 2 9mm Norinco pistols, both with loaded magazines.
Yes, so what you would expect then is an AK-47, a Ruger Mini 14, 2 magazines, and 2 9mm Norinco pistols, correct?
That is correct.
Now, if you look at the affidavit, he says 2 handguns, a Luger assault rifle, and an AK assault rifle were recovered by the police. We no longer know what happened to the magazines, the 2 magazines.
That is correct.
Yes. Now this is the part and parcel of the issues around the affidavit he gives, which is inconsistent with the letter that he supported at the very least.
That is correct.
Yes. Now, either he lied in the letter or lied in the affidavit, but there are consequences on either.
That is correct.
Yes. Now, I wanted to just finalize this section of Mr. Nkabinde Enquiry. If you turn over the page 1A 171 at paragraph 29, paragraph 32.
At paragraph?
Yes. At paragraph 29, paragraph 32.
Oh, yes, I'm there.
Yes. Where he says, I have already, which is the third line, second sentence, I have already explained.
I've already explained that Nkabinde and Tembe were again sought as a result of new information received. There is nothing untoward about that. In any event, why the applicant refers to the N3 highway as a
Should be quiet.
quiet back road escapes me, unless it is nothing more than a thinly veiled attempt to color the information, whether true or not, placed before this court.
Yes. Now, the one thing that struck me about this is that his letter never identifies the new information. Remember that these are people that had been detained and released because there was nothing to link them to the crime.
That is correct.
And did you ever find out what new information is he talking about?
No, we couldn't find out any new information
Yes.
that could have led to the change of heart.
But I mean, assuming he had new information that linked them, what would be an appropriate thing to do? Would it just be to execute them on a road?
The appropriate thing would be to bring the information to the attention of the prosecutors and the courts for a correct finding to be made, not to take the law into their own hands as they did.
Yes. Now, we've dealt with Nkabinde and Tembe and what he says about them. Remember that the affidavit already covered so many dead bodies.
That is correct.
At paragraph 33, he then attempts to deal with the case of Mr. Lindelani Buthelezi.
That is correct, Chair.
And what does he say there?
I've already said there was no list in existence. On 3 September 2008, an attempt was made to arrest Buthelezi. He resisted arrest and attempted to shoot at members of the South African Police Service who returned fire in self-defense. Buthelezi was killed in that exchange of fire. His firearm, a CZ 7.65 automatic, was recovered at the scene. Whether or not Buthelezi was a prominent member of the Applicants Association is unknown to me. I accordingly deny the allegations contained in paragraphs 30 and 31 to the extent that theirs are at odds with what I say here. The affidavit put up from Sokulu is hearsay and must be struck out. It was not obtained or put up for the purpose of this application, and she has not confirmed those facts for the purpose of this application. In any event, I deny the allegations contained in that affidavit to the extent that they are at odds with what I say herein. Buthelezi was killed whilst he resisted arrest and shot at the police.
Yes. Now, here he is again testifying about the circumstances of the killing of Mr. Lindelani Buthelezi.
That is correct.
And I would like you to just go through, I think it's GSM 12 at 1A204. We know that Mr. Boysen has now given a version of the police that this man shot at the police, not attempted, but shot at them.
That is correct.
Attempted to shoot at the police, but I don't know what that means. It says returned fire in self-defense. So it's either you shoot or you attempt to shoot, but there's no fire to be returned unless the fire has been shot.
Yes.
Can we go to page 1A204?
I'm there, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, these are the. What are these photographs? Let me ask you.
Could you repeat the last part?
What are they? What are these photographs?
Oh.
They go up until. go on and on. Up until 217.
They go until
Page
18217
Yes.
4025.
Yes.
Chairperson, these are photos of a scene.
You can go to your own paragraph 94 of your statement. Yes, starting at paragraph 85. Yes.
I am there, Chair.
So you've dealt with that particular incident, and I want you to contrast it with what Mr. Boysen says, where he says he knows for a fact that this man attempted to shoot and he was shot in retaliation.
The assertion of General Boysen that there was any shooting in retaliation is in fact incorrect.
Yes.
It's false.
But what happened? Just explain that to the panel.
What happens on this scene is that the deceased is found in the house, asleep.
Which paragraph is he referring to in his affidavit?
From 85 to 93 of his statement. On 3 September, yes, to 93 of his statement. That's what the narrative is. Could you explain what happened? Now, it's in the context where General Boysen signs under oath that this man attempted to shoot and then my man executed you in retaliation.
Just to follow what happened, if I can take it from paragraph 87. The police came to the house during the early hours of the morning, broke open the door. They found the deceased in the bedroom with his girlfriend Thandeka Sokulu. According to Thandeka, as the police entered the bedroom, the deceased raised his hands in the air as a sign of surrender. He was not armed. The police took the deceased into another room. Thandeka alleged that he was assaulted with open hands and kicked. Thandeka alleges that she was assaulted with open hands and kicked, and they covered her head with a blanket. She then heard gunshots from the room where the deceased was taken. The police had the deceased under their control from the moment police entered the bedroom, and the deceased raised his hands in surrender. The allegations that the deceased posed a threat to the police is improbable. The deceased was shot in the head and in the chest. A firearm was placed next to the body on the floor. I attached here to the statement of Thandeka Sokulu, which is marked GSM 11.
Now, GSM 11, I think, comes after those photos. I think before the photos.
Before, yes.
Yes, I would like you to just take us through that statement, because this is the only eyewitness available. You'll find it at 1A 202.
That is correct, Chair. It is a statement of Thandeka Sokulu, of Kwamapomolo near Shalagache Primary School. It states in English, 1, I'm an adult female with the above mentioned particulars and I witness in this case. Paragraph 2.
Sorry, this is the one now marked GSM 11.
That is-
GSM 11.
GSM 11.
That is correct, Chair.
Thank you.
Yes. I suppose you could start by reading everything that's there, which is starting with Kwadukuza case 3909/2000.
Chairperson, it's Kwadukuza case 39/9/2008. It is a statement of Thandeka Sokulu. There is a date which is covered by the marking of Kwaqwabe Kwamaphumulo
Mvoti.
or Mvoti near Hlalakahle Primary School. Unemployed. The telephone number is given. State under oath in English. Paragraph 1. I'm the adult female with the above mentioned particulars, and I'm a witness in this case. Paragraph 2. I would like to state that I was with my boyfriend and my children sleeping at my boyfriend's room. My boyfriend's name is Lindelani Buthelezi, who is a taxi owner. While sleeping last night on 2008 09, the date is missing. People knocked at where we slept. I did not understand what they said, and they spoke in English. Lindelani woke up, switched the lights on, and put on his trouser. Whilst Lindelani was busy dressing up, people came in. It was a group of black and white men. One of the white men spoke to him, and I saw him lifting up both his hands. Two white males pushed him out of the room where we were sleeping to the other room in the same house where we were. One of the white men put a blanket all over me, covering me with it. After some seconds, minutes, I heard gunshots. I cannot really say how many, but it was more than one gunshot. After the gunshots, one of the white males assaulted me with two hard open hands, and I fell down because of the force. And when I was on the ground, on the floor, he kicked me with boots at my back. I would like to state that Lindelani did not have any weapon with him when he was with me, and by the time he was taken by the police. He just woke up from the mattress. I know and understand the contents of this statement. I have no objection in taking the prescribed oath. I consider the prescribed oath binding on my conscience. Deponent's signature, it is signed by Thandeka Sokulu. I certify that the deponent has acknowledged that she knows and understands the contents of this statement, which was shown to before me, and her signature was placed thereon in my presence on the 3rd of September 2008 at 0200. It is commissioned by N. Gibson, Ntombi Gibson of 22 Ghana Street, 3rd floor, Marine, Devon, who is a senior investigating officer in the portion is cut, but it appears to be in KZN.
Yes. So in the photos that come immediately after that, there are just three that I would like your comment on. So the first one is at 1A 211, photograph 15.
I am there.
Yes. Whose photograph is that?
It's a photograph of the deceased Lindelani Buthelezi.
Yes. That seems that he is injured literally at the back of the head.
That is correct.
Yes. And that seems to be the place where the bullet entered.
That is correct, Chief.
Now, how is that reconcilable with the notion that he attempted to shoot the police and then he was shot in retaliation?
Completely not reconcilable with that version at all.
Yes. And then,
Advocate Mukatobi, it's lunchtime, and to all council, we had anticipated that we'll have lunch for an hour, but remember we'll adjourn at 3 o'clock. We are thinking that you can have a late lunch at, say, 2:45. We can adjourn for 15 minutes and stretch our legs. I don't know what you prefer. Would you like to have your lunch now? 45 minutes, and we reconvene and we sit for the last few, the remaining time.
it looks like everyone who's speaking says lunch now.
Would you like to have, I see the lady at the corner in front of me. I think maybe we should, in fairness to everybody, I think we can adjourn for lunch for 45 minutes. It's going to take us to 2:15.
Yes.
It is now 1:30, so we can have lunch for the next 45 minutes. We will then reconvene and proceed until about 10 to 3.
Thank you.
Then we'll adjourn around that time. I hope that I didn't interrupt your questioning. If you can just maybe flag it there,
Yes.
then we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, we'll adjourn for lunch. Remember, you are still under oath, Advocate Maema.
That is correct, Chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Advocate Hale. Good afternoon, Advocate Maema.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Advocate Chauke, good afternoon. You are still under oath, Counsel.
That is correct,
You
Chairperson.
may proceed, Advocate Bedford.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate Maema, we had finished looking at the photograph number 15 at 1A211, and we looked at the bullet wounds lodged at the head, back end of the head.
That is
of
correct.
The deceased, Mr. Lindelani Buthelezi.
That is correct.
And I said there were two more photographs of a similar hue. Next one is photograph 16, which is 1A212.
That is correct.
Now, that is, what can we see there?
It is a bullet entrance wound on the left shoulder of the deceased.
But we see the deceased back,
That is correct.
yes, and then we see that he is also shot at the back, not only in the head, but also on the, I think it's the right shoulder blade.
That is correct.
Yes. And then there is also, in that same page, photograph 17, that shows a different location of a bullet wound, 1A212,
That is correct.
which is around the rib cage on the back of it,
That is correct.
on the right side of the body.
Yes, yes.
Now, when you compare photograph 15, photograph 16, and photograph 17, what conclusions can you draw from that in relation to the version of Major General Boysen that this is a person who was shooting at the police?
You can see that this is a person who had his back facing the Ketomena police who fired shots at him. So he was shot at from the back.
Yes. Now, we discussed earlier about the nature of the investigations that the ICD or the IPID would conduct in cases like this.
That is correct.
Now, in the docket on this case, which is Kwatukuza 39/09/2008, there is a copy of the ICD report. It is at page KD 0019. I'm not sure if they gave it to you.
A statement of?
Well, it's a report by the ICD. It's not a statement of anyone.
Oh. I have the statement.
What have you got? Just read the front and to show that it's the same document that everyone has.
At the top, Republic of South Africa Independent Complaints Directorate, Case Investigative Report, CCN 2008-09-0103.
Yes. Now, there are just a few aspects of this report that I would like to draw your attention to. The first is the date of the incident. What is the date there?
The date is the 3rd of September 2008.
So is that the same date that Mr. Buthelezi was shot and killed by the police?
That is correct.
Yes. And then what is the date of the report?
The report date is the 4th of September 2008.
And if you turn the page to KD 0020, the following page, and in the last section, the time required to complete the investigation, can you see that?
I can see that
What do they say there?
investigation is complete.
So it took them less than a day to complete the investigation.
That is correct.
Yes. And then when you turn the page, there is someone who signs as an acting provincial head. Do you know who that person is? I think it's Janen, or I don't know.
No, I do not know this person at all.
But what is the handwritten inscription there?
The inscription says acting provincial head.
No, the actual words on the lines.
Oh, closed, unsubstantiated.
What does that mean?
It means the investigation is closed. They could not they could not find head and tail as to what caused the death of the deceased. That is what I understand substantiated means.
Yes. But if you then go to the middle page, the one we looked at, to find the reasons why they say they close the report, they close the investigation as being unsubstantiated. Under section 4, they explain what information they were working on. Summaries of statements obtained during this phase of investigation. Can you see that?
I can see that.
Now, who did they investigate? Who did they interview according to that statement?
They interviewed the suspect.
Yes. And who else?
And the branch commander of Kwadukuza police station, as well as the investigating officer.
Yes. Now, there is a thing there that says the only witness did not witness the actual shooting. Can
That
you
is
see
correct.
that?
I can see that.
Yes. Now, that's what I need your comment on. What we know in this case from what we read before lunch is that the wife of Mr. Butelis was in the house at the time. She was woken up and then covered with a blanket. And then at the same time, she had several shots. When the blanket was removed, her husband lay dead. Now, you have a report that says the only witness did not witness the actual shooting. I mean, what does that tell you?
It is actually abhorring to see a report of this nature when there was somebody in the company of the deceased shortly before the deceased was killed.
Yes. But what does it show about IPID?
Well,
I mean, are they just incompetent or are they deliberately covering up for the police?
I would believe the latter, that they are deliberately covering up for the police.
Yes.
It is not difficult to ascertain what could have happened there. So to write a report of this nature is completely, it's a complete cover-up.
Yes. Because, I mean, they also, the statement that you read earlier says, I know that my husband was not carrying a gun.
That is correct.
Yes. But then when the blanket is taken off, I see that he's dead, covered in blood.
That is correct.
Yes. Now, is this the type of report you would generally get from IPID? Or is this more of an exception?
This is more of an exception. You would not ordinarily get a report of this nature.
Yes. And it also doesn't appear that they analyze even the photos on the scene.
That is correct, Chair.
And they don't appear to have conducted any ballistics.
At all. Nothing.
They also don't appear to have asked for a doctor to examine the wounds and the position from which they took place.
That is correct.
Yes. So, so if this is the end of the matter, because they closed the investigation after one day, I mean, what would that say about IPID?
Yeah, it says it really leaves a lot to be desired. Take into account that somebody has lost his life at the scene. It is as if it is just a shooting incident without loss of life. It is. It says it It's just a what do you call it? An exemplary of a cover-up by ICD.
Yes.
Maybe before you proceed, Advocate,
Yes.
just one question. Will you please turn over to KD 0021? 0021. Yes. The very volume. This was. I think
Chairperson, I do not have 00.
0021.
Would it
Okay,
be?
take that very document that you have, the one that, you have been referred to, the third page. The third page of that document.
There's 3 pages, yes.
Is it 3 pages, or have I been looking at the wrong document? I don't think so. Yeah, it's 3 pages.
That is correct.
Yes. And the third page, on top, you see KD 0021, those small letters.
I can see that,
Yes.
Chairperson.
Now, on that page, there's a date that appears under the signature. And it appears as the 30th day of March 2009.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, what does that date signify? I see the report. The incident is the 3rd of September. The report is of the 4th day of September, the very following day. But then the signature on the report is the 30th day of March 2009. Do you see that?
I can see that, but I do not understand.
What do you understand?
I do not understand why there would be a date of the 30th of September, 30th of March 2009.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you proceed,
Yes.
should we read what is at section 4? The only witness did not witness the actual shooting, as to mean that during this incident, there was only one person who could possibly be the eyewitness or the witness, but he or she did not witness the actual shooting. So, meaning it leaves us in a dark that we do not know who shot at Mr. Lindelani Buthelezi, because from the statement, is it Ms. Sokulu? It was just herself and Buthelezi and the children, and the police barged in. But if we were told in the final report that the only witness did not witness the actual shooting, meaning it was just one witness who did not witness the actual shooting, so we don't know who shot at Mr. Buthelezi.
That is correct, Chair. That is what it means. It's actually nonsensical, as I say.
That is very bizarre.
Very bizarre.
Yes. Well, I think it's actually, it's more bizarre because if you look under the section just above section 4, date and location, they talk about type of investigative activity and information obtained. Can you see that?
I can see that, Chair.
What appears below that?
Preliminary investigations was conducted. The shootist and witnesses were interviewed. PM was attended and copies of the docket were obtained.
So when it says the shootist was interviewed, what does that mean?
It should mean that the person who fired the shot at the deceased would have been interviewed.
Yes, wouldn't it then be, as Advocate Baloy says,
Yes.
bizarre that they come to that conclusion, and then after having said, we don't know who shot because the witness who was there couldn't identify the person who shot, but they themselves say they interviewed the shooter.
Yes.
And then they say thereafter this case is unsubstantiated.
Yeah, it just shows their cover-up.
May I just come in here? If you look at section 1, it identifies Inspector Mostert as the person who shot the deceased. Section 1, the second line from the bottom of that section, do you see it? He was then shot by Inspector Mostert and he died at the scene.
That is correct. I can see that.
Thanks.
And then more bizarrely, they then say the suspect is Lindelani Buthelezi.
Well, they could. It doesn't make sense unless if you say. No. It doesn't make sense. Lindelani Buthelezi cannot be the suspect.
Yes, because the allegation is death as a result of police action.
Yes.
The person who is dead as a result of police action is Mr. Buthelezi. The suspect is Mr. Mostert.
That is correct.
So could it be that it's it's Inspector Mostert who says he did not witness the shooting? Because he is the witness and he is now named as the person who shot. And so, I mean, we know from the reading of this that it's Inspector Mostert who should be interviewed because he's the one who shot at the person. But we are told then at 4 that the only witness did not witness the actual shooting.
That's the bizarreness of the entire thing. That the person who witnessed or who fired the shots did not witness. It doesn't just make sense.
Yes. I mean, could this explain why these matters like this, the death of Mr. Buthelezi, are not investigated properly, and where they are investigated, there are signs of a cover-up, and then that is why it took 4 years for this matter to actually be looked at properly by yourselves?
That is correct.
It's because you've got organizations like IPID that are just not doing their job.
They are not carrying out their constitutional mandate.
Yes. And then in
Who
addition...
signed,
Yeah, sorry, Madam
after you, quickly.
No, Madam Chair, I'm happy to come after you.
Who signed this report? Acting Provincial Head, SJ? Who is that?
It looks like SJA Nene.
Who is he?
The name is not known to me.
Madam Chair, I'm told that after that page, there is also 22, which has not been copied. And that one has signatures. We've just put it on the screen. Which actually is worse than the previous page. Because here it says the SAP members acted accordingly. And it's signed by Ms. P. Dlamini, who is the senior investigator. Do you confirm that, Mr. Advocate Mayema?
I confirm that.
This document at KD0022 is a continuation of KD0019.
Yes, Madam Chair.
I beg your pardon?
Indeed, Madam
I
Chair.
was asking,
Oh, the witness.
no, I had not put on my microphone.
Oh, okay.
This document that you've just referred to, signed by Ms. P. Dlamini, Senior Investigator at KD0022, is a continuation of KD0019.
That is correct, Chairperson, because this one ends at section 6 and this one then continues at section 7.
Why would you have two people signing one document? One is the senior investigator, and the other one is the acting provincial head, SJ Nene, ICD, I suppose. Why is Ms. Dlamini signing there under section 7?
Chairperson, our understanding was, if one look at the first page, the reporting staff member is P. Dlamini. So it's the same person that then signs the report that she compiled on this basis.
It's reporting to who?
Is reporting to her seniors at the Independence Complaints Directorate.
The provincial head, SJ Nene.
That is correct, Chair.
At KD 0022, she makes a recommendation. Is it her? Or writes comments there. I see there's somebody else there, supervisor.
It's a
Forster.
yes, it's a recommendation endorsed by C.S. Forster. Recommended that the file be closed as unsubstantiated.
And there's another one, there's a further comment by head of component. Do you know who that is?
No, Chairperson, I do not know what it is.
What is written there, handwriting, in red?
The first two letters I cannot see for closing. No evidence to
Dispute police version.
dispute
Shouldn't justify it.
police version. Shooting justified. And then it's signed by the head of the company. In the same color pen as
Could it be filed for closing, no evidence
Oh,
to,
yeah.
to refute police version? Shooting justified. Yes. Something to that effect?
That is correct.
And this is the head of component. What is head of component?
I do not know who the head of the component would be. Chair.
I suppose they are all under the auspices of the ICD.
Of the ICD, that is
Yes, thank
that
you.
is correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So back to your statement then, Advocate Mayema. We have now covered 3 cases. We were covering now Kwatuguza, Mr. Butelezi. We had started with Mr. Ndimande and Mr. Tembe, which are from paragraph 95. So I'm not going to waste time and go through those. We looked at that in detail up until 112. So you can skip those paragraphs.
That is correct.
And then we can now focus on the next one, which is Nzameni Ntuli Kopolota and Mr. Nkosinathi Mthembu. Now, those are also some of the cases that are specifically referenced by Mr. Boysen in the answering affidavit, correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. We can look precisely where at paragraph, page 1A, 172. Do you have 1A, 172?
I am there, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, under paragraph 34,
There is a response to add paragraph 32.
yes.
Information was received that implicated Ntuli and Mtembu in taxi violence-related incidents. On 18 September 2008, as a result of that information, members of the South African Police Service attempted to arrest Ntuli and Mtembu. The police were fired upon and had to return fire. As a result, both Ntuli and Mtembu were killed. Their firearms, a Z88 and CZ75, were recovered from the scene. I accordingly deny the allegations contained in paragraph 32 to the extent that it differs from what I say herein.
Yes. Now, again, Mr. General Boysen is saying he knows for a fact that the police were being attacked
That is correct.
and they retaliated with fire.
That is correct.
Now, by the 18th of September 2008, we know from the previous letter that 7 people had been killed in exactly identical circumstances.
That is correct.
An alleged attempt to arrest, a retaliation, and a shooting by the police.
That is correct.
Yes, and where firearms are miraculously recovered.
That is correct.
Yes.
Advocate Nkabinde,
Yes.
we are moving quite slowly. It's now 10 to 3, and we'll have to adjourn
Yes.
again. I have to attend to that personal matter on medics.
Yes, I understand.
My appointment is 3:30, so I have to leave this venue as soon as possible.
I understand.
May we then pause here? Advocate Maema. We will proceed from here tomorrow, Advocate Nkabinde.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we have the whole day tomorrow.
We have the whole day tomorrow,
No, I think we will make a lot of progress.
and we will have the whole day on Wednesday. On Thursday, we'll work until 1 o'clock. For reasons that have been disclosed to you in chambers, have to be in Johannesburg at 22:03. Yes, so let's try to move faster. Because when I look at this affidavit, we are still very far. Let's try to move faster and make more progress from tomorrow. I'm not pressurizing you, Advocate Nkabinde.
No, I understand, Madam Chair. No, yes, we're doing a case-by-case analysis now. It should be fairly quick.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. You are still under oath, Council. We will adjourn now and reconvene tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We'll adjourn.